to this evening's Board of Education meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to share with the audience that if you need Spanish translation, we have Lupita here to assist.
Good evening. Buenas tardes, me llamo Guadalupe Jaime y si alguien aquí va a necesitar interpretación, por favor avísenme. Pueden alzar la mano y tenemos equipo aquí para ustedes. Thank you.
Thank you, Lupita. On behalf of the board, we'd like to share a reminder regarding the process for public comments during board meetings. For each agendized action, discussion, or information-only item, the board will hear from staff, then provide an opportunity for public comment, then hold a board discussion and vote if necessary. Public comment on non-agendized items will be heard during item 6, and public comment on closed session items will be heard during item 9 before adjourning into closed session. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are not on the board, on the board's agenda or otherwise within the board's jurisdiction. This does not include election matters which are outside the board's jurisdiction. To help us organize public comment using this system, if you wish to provide public comment, please complete a speaker card located at the entrance to the meeting room and provide it to the executive assistant to the superintendent, Michelle, over here in the corner. Speaker cards for public comment will be accepted prior to the calling for the public comment portion of an agenda item. I call this meeting to order at 5:31 p.m. I would now like to establish a quorum by roll call vote.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
May I receive a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
I'll second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Yes. I notify the audience that the open session will be audio taped, broadcast, and recorded for the district's YouTube channel. And now I'd like to ask Cullen to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Item 2, reports. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from our student representative and our union ACT and CSEA presidents. We'll start with our student representative report with Cullen Pritchard.
Hello. Starting with Tularcitos, there was a Dia de los Muertos assembly with the local Aztec dancers who performed on November 1st. Tular had its annual Veterans Day fun run on Veterans Day to raise money for the Monterey Veterans Transition Center. They're having their parent-teacher conferences this week, and this coming Friday, Tular is holding their Character Counts Assembly on Responsibility. Now, after the break, there will be the Winter Music Concert. Now, Carmel River School, the 4th grade choir team gave an outstanding performance in honor of veterans on Veterans Day. River held a bingo night, which was a lot of fun, and had pizza, prizes, and other games. Now, this week, Carmel River is in the middle of their conferences, a time when River staff and families work together to ensure that the students are being fully supported in the classroom. Now, Captain Cooper, the vice chair of the Esalen tribe, and a few community members came to do an interactive presentation about the Esalen cultural heritage. And CHS dance students went to Captain Cooper to perform. This is a great way for the different schools in the district to come together and share their talents. At CMS, there was a gathering last week on Tuesday that recognized the importance of Veterans Day, El Dia de Muerto, and celebrated the success of the fall sports teams. The CMS volleyball program celebrated 2 MTJAL championships with boys, the 7th grade girls, and the combined 6 and 8 boys team bringing home their respective titles. Now, the leadership class participated in a leadership conference on Friday at Great America, and Carmel Middle continues to offer numerous different activities and opportunities for their students to get more involved. Lastly, Carmel High School. Carmel High hosted the shoe game at Monterey Peninsula College. Many students, family, and staff were in attendance, which made the viewing experience much more enjoyable, so thank you to all those who attended. Now, it was a very nerve-wracking and close game, but Carmel was able to come out on top once again. There we go. CHS is beginning the annual CASA gift drive to help support foster children, so parents and students, please please stay up to date with that. December 9th through 13th is the Scholastic Book Fair at Carmel High School. And all day today is the Crossroads Barbecue. The barbecue will give Padre parents 20% of tomorrow's sales when you mention CHS Padre parents when ordering in person, or when ordering online, use code CHS. I just want to remind you that the singer-songwriter show is Friday night from 7 to 9 p.m. in the CHS Theater. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colin. Next, we will have the CSEA reports with President Lisa Brazil.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a busy month as CSEA and ACT have been in negotiations with the district. I need different glasses, sorry. We've been at the table a few times since the last board meeting, and while I am very hopeful about our upcoming meeting in December, the last couple meetings have been tough, and no real progress has been made yet. After our regularly scheduled meeting with the superintendent and the chief HR officer earlier this week, I feel like we have a path forward, and I feel much more positive. So I look forward to getting back to the table and getting some work done for the employees who keep this district running. On behalf of the CSEA membership, I want to thank each of the outgoing board members, Carl, Seabury, and Anne Marie, for your participation on this board for many, many years that you've contributed to our students and to the betterment of our district. Your unwavering commitment to the students and staff has been noted and is greatly appreciated. We've enjoyed working with each and every one of you over the years and wish you the very best, and we're going to miss you, all of you. I would also like to congratulate our new board members, some of whom I've seen are here, on their election, and the CSEA board looks forward to working with each of them over the coming years. And finally, as we head into the holiday season, you can tell by the puffer jacket, it's around the corner. I want to share a couple things that I'm thankful for. First is my honor to serve the classified staff by supporting them as they need and negotiating on their behalf. The classified staff is made up of a really stellar group of people, and I'm honored and grateful to be able to, that they trust in me to advocate on their behalf. Secondly, I'm grateful to work for an organization that respects the people responsible for its success, its rank and file staff, teachers, classified, all of us. There's respect on all sides of this collaborative relationship, and I have found in my life that to be a rare and wonderful thing. And I am daily grateful to the work, to be able to work in that type of environment. And this is a sentiment shared by classified staff throughout the district. I talk to them every day, and I hear this a lot. And with that, I want to wish each and every one of you a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Lisa. Now we'll move on to ACT reports with President Elizabeth Marsh.
Okay, so as we move through the holiday season, I'll continue the theme of gratefulness. First, to the candidates who stepped forward to serve our community by running for school board, thank you. We appreciate you, Rita, Molly, Jeanette, Matt, Jake, Monica, Anne Marie, and Jason. And we're grateful to our current school board, just like Lisa is. Thank you, Seabury, Carl, Anne Marie, Sarah, and Jason. It takes great dedication and a deep sense of responsibility to commit to this important and difficult role. And as a mini celebration, we're going to be having a pizza party, and everyone's invited. Every CUSD staff member, admin, board member, CSEA, ACT, non-represented, anyone who wants to come. You're invited to a pizza party with Pies from Pizza Heaven on Wednesday, December 4th from 4 to 4:30 or 4:45. We're keeping it like real short. So we're having a meeting after, so that'll keep the party going there. But it'll be at Carmel Middle Theater. And I know I didn't triangulate our ACT calendar with the Facilitron calendar and the California School Board Association training. So I know some of you can't come, but I heard some of you can. So thank you. And yeah, and then I want to say thanks to our teaching staff for showing remarkable engagement. 54 ACT members serve in offices and on committees, including the recently formed calendar committee. And on that topic, we can all be grateful that All Hallows Eve will fall on a weekend for the next 2 years. Translation, no one needs to attempt to teach nor learn the day after Halloween. So there we go. I hope you all have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Thanks.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Agenda item 3, superintendent report. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments with our superintendent, Sharon Alfeck.
Thank you. So we had a board meeting exactly 4 weeks ago tonight. And unfortunately, exactly 3 weeks ago tonight, my father unexpectedly passed away. So my time on campuses has been limited, and I'm working very hard to catch up on all of the things I missed while I was away. But in lieu of repeating some of the things that folks have already shared that I would undoubtedly have shared as well, I thought it would be potentially nice to share a little bit about some of the lessons that my sister and I have learned from our father over time. And the reason why I think it's important, or maybe not important, but why it applies here is because I think they're universal. And I think they apply to so many of us who, navigate day to day and maybe potentially forget about some of these important things that matter. And at the end of the day, when you're sitting down trying to sum up someone's life and their impact, it's not necessarily about their wealth or their status or their accomplishments in, a tally format or anything. It's about the way they leave you and how you continue on in their, how they make you feel and how they showed up for you. So I will share with you just some of the lessons that we came up with, my sister and I, as we were thinking about our father, who continuously coached, mentored, encouraged, and supported us to be strong women who were successful and proud of the work that they do. So number 1, work hard. A good work ethic makes you valuable and can make up for not being the smartest person in the room. Believe in yourself. By believing in us, my father instilled in us that we can accomplish anything we put our minds to. Family first. Our father was the glue that kept our family together, ever the peacemaker, and he exemplified unconditional love. He and our mother exemplified and edified a beautiful, healthy, and divine love through their 56-year marriage. Be a good friend. Your friends are the family you choose. People are more important than money and superficial pursuits. Stay positive and hopeful regardless of the situation. My father often responded to, "How are you?" as with the response of, "Never any better." Learn from your mistakes. Everyone makes them, but the biggest mistake is not learning from the experience. Check in for your flights as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll be sitting next to the toilet. You can tell he was an older gentleman, because that doesn't really happen anymore. But we grew up with that. Don't take yourself too seriously. Tell dumb jokes. So with that, I hope people see a connection around how to go about your everyday life and really putting into perspective all that happens on a day-to-day basis and how to set some healthy priorities, especially as we enter into the holiday season and as everyone has mentioned, Thanksgiving next week, with a sense of gratitude for what we do have rather than focusing on the negative. Finally, before I move on, I don't want anyone to think we have forgotten about our outgoing board members here. We have a moment and a time later in the agenda for which we will spend a few minutes providing some recognition. So that is when that will happen.
Thank you, Sharon. Agenda item 4, consent calendar. The board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together in one motion through the use of a consent calendar. Consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial, for which board discussion is not anticipated, and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless any members of the board request specific items to be removed for discussion. The board did not receive any requests for public comment for the consent calendar, so may I receive a motion to approve it?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
I'll second.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item 5A, Art, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant with Chief Business Official Yvonne Perez.
Good evening. So tonight I have the pleasure of presenting our plan for the instructional materials and art, music, and instructional materials block grant. I have talked to the board about this in the past. We actually had originally budgeted for this in the last fiscal year, and then to kind of bridge that gap from ESSER funding into this extra very broad grant that was provided to all of the districts around California. And we realized that we had not taken a formal plan to the board, so we had to move it all out. And so tonight, this is our plan with the board, and it's along the same lines as we had previously talked about, but with a little bit of differences. It still is to offset some costs from the general fund. And so those previous positions that we were bridging that gap were moved this year into the general fund. And so the AMIM grant is targeted use of funds, including operational costs such as pension and health insurance increases for the 24-25 school year. And as you can guess, these costs have risen significantly. And I did some calculations between our health insurance increase of 12.47%, of which we picked up approximately 85% of that. And then our pension increases were also quite high because there's a proportional increase with salaries going up. And so together, those two increases were $1.217 million. And so what we're proposing tonight is to offset those operational costs with this grant. In terms of the other allowable uses that were recorded for this grant, there were things like professional development and instructional materials. And so we are covering those kinds of things already. They're already in the budget. So for example, we have Educator Effectiveness Block Grant that will expire at the end of 2026, June of 2026. And lottery restricted funds is another source of funds that we use to supplement our instructional materials. Another source of use that we could have used it was for school climate enhancements. But we also have this funded through allocations for SEL programs, certain practices that are being changed on how we deal with student discipline, and many other things, including facility improvements. Those were already in the budget. And then the other thing it could be used for was to add to your library collection, but we had already budgeted for that as well. And so we have about this year there was $40,000 budgeted, and I looked back between the last 3 years or so. We've spent $30,000 to $35,000, and this year we budgeted $40,000. And so each of the schools actually budget for their library collections through their own site-based requests. So hopefully, those kinds of things are already in the budget. And so we're allocating, our proposal tonight is to allocate 100% of that block grant over this year and possibly next year to offset operational costs. And this will help preserve and help us continue to plan how we're going to reduce, which, as you know, we've talked about this too, that we are overstaffed in some areas, and that as people leave, we're really scrutinizing every position to see if it's truly needed. And so with that, I will turn it over to you to ask any questions and also ask your approval of the proposal.
The board did not receive any requests for public comment, so we'll start with board comments, starting with Carl and working their way back this way, and then to Colin.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious as to how it came about. Is it a group committee that involved who? Staff, teachers, all in the arts at all levels?
Right.
And yeah,
oh,
go ahead. No, I'm just
Right.
trying- yeah.
So I'll remind you that we also have a Prop 28 funding, which is very restricted, and it can only be used to supplement the arts. We don't yet have a plan in place, but I know that it is being talked about. And so for this particular grant, there wasn't a whole lot of conversation that went on, other than, the things that were added to the budget during budget season that resulted in our operating budget, our July 1 operating budget. So we have the Prop 28 money that still needs to be planned out, and it's right now around $600,000, just a little under $600,000. And it's very restricted in how it can be used.
Are they okay with their working spaces? I know the art program is pretty packed and in a kind of a,
The art program.
pretty old
visual arts.
facility.
Mhm.
And there'd always been some talk about trying to marry that to some of the other, programs in the vocational arena where they could be closer together and do those kind of things. Do they have those discussions, or is that really not part of this?
So I am aware that that Dan Paul has been over there at the high school, for example, and walked the site to try to find some additional space for the visual arts program. This really is going to be addressed when we go for a bond, because there's just so many limitations at the high school currently for certain art initiatives that might be put into place. The facility just won't support that, either by electricity or other means. So
Can I jump in and add to this? So I'll just jump in and add to this that I think the name of this block grant, which is one-time money, is quite misleading. This came out from the state prior to the passage of Prop 28, which is specifically targeting art, the visual and performing arts, I'll say. So those monies have to be used on those programs. This money has, as you can see, 5 areas in which you can spend the money. It has a greater flexibility. And so the interesting element of this money is that several of the areas that are allowable areas to spend the money on also have additional one-time monies being allocated to those topics from other grants. It's a little bit redundant. We're happy to have the money, so we're not complaining, but I think it's misleading sometimes to look at this particular grant and say art, music, and instructional materials when you can spend it on anything, basically. But
Yeah.
that's the piece where the committee of people would come together to talk about the Prop 28 money, because that has significant restrictions in it, and we need to work with our sites around how to spend that money. Versus
that
this one is a little bit more generic.
Is that recurring, the 28, Prop 28, or is it one time?
It
It is
is recurring.
recurring.
And
Which is another reason, right? How do you spend recurring money versus one-time money? One-time money, if you start moving ongoing expenses to be paid for out of one-time money, then you just make a lot of work every year for people in the business office who have to move it all around all the time. So in a certain sense, this is a nice way to use the money anyway. So
Thank you.
we kick the can down the road on the increased cost part of it.
So I remember having this conversation when we talked about budgets, about our one-time funding. So I've been thinking about it for quite some time, and like what all we came up with. I think it's sort of fortuitous that this comes up at the time that Monterey County Weekly just put out a whole entire segment on the arts and how we are very, very fortunate to have what we have. So with regard to arts, and regarding what you said, Career Tech Ed does a lot of stuff with the arts, and visual performing arts is under Career Tech Ed also. So they're also getting some funding and some stuff from there. Yeah, and exposure. But thank you very much, and I just wanted to say how blessed we are to have such a robust visual and performing arts program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Yvonne, for the description of what the funding is for. My question was around Prop 28 and the one-time versus recurring, so my question was answered, so thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and I would imagine with the uncertainty in the future, this is probably a good way to kind of secure, at least knowing that we can spend the funds on our excellent staff and teachers, and ensuring that we have funds to cover that with certainty. Because I know with the change in administration, I work for the federal government, and it's definitely, there's a transition period and you never know what to expect. So
Right.
I think this seems to be good use of these funds, especially because it's not as limited as the other funds, more restricted funds.
Thank you, Yvonne. I have no questions. Cullen, do you have any questions or comments?
Just a quick comment. I mean, I've seen all the amazing things that our students have done and all the work that the teachers have done with the funding that we currently have. So any additional funding, I'll be excited to see what we come up with now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
May I receive a motion to approve the art, music, and instructional materials block grant expenditure plan as presented?
I'll
So
make a
moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Agenda item 5B, Nutrition Services Department Annual Report with Director of Nutrition Services, Alexis Supancic.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, it moves. So tonight I will be giving an update on our Nutrition Services Department. For those that don't know me, my name is Alexis Supancic, and I have been with the district for almost 3 years now. And then for those that do know me, hello again. So tonight I will be discussing mainly department updates, but I'll also be giving an overview of our department, updates on our participation, and brief overview of our operations, and like I said, department updates. I always like to just start on how our department is funded. So we run our program under the National School Lunch and School Breakfast Program. Both of these programs are federal and state funded. So for every meal that we serve, we are getting reimbursed from both the feds and the state. So for breakfast this year, we're getting about $3.34 for every breakfast, which is an increase of 10 cents from last school year. And then lunch, we get about $5.49 for every lunch that we serve, and that's an increase of 20 cents from last school year. So that we get about that much increase depending on inflation every year. We are still doing free meals, so the students are offered one free breakfast and one free lunch daily at all school sites, and that is under the California Universal Meal, so that is a requirement. And we are nationally regulated by the United States Department of Agriculture and state administered by the CDE. And in order to continue to get reimbursement, we do get audited every 5 years, and our next audit will be next school year. So the state comes in and they make sure that we're following all our rules and regulations. Another audit that they started about 8 years ago, and we finally got it this year, we're going through it right now, is the local procurement review. They're basically coming in and seeing what our purchasing practices. So are we following our bids? Are we purchasing what we're saying that we're purchasing? So we're going through that review right now, and it should be completed by December 2024. These are some national statistics about school nutrition programs. I just like to highlight how big of a deal school nutrition programs are across the nation. School nutrition programs are the second largest food assistant programs in the U.S. 14 million students eat school breakfast and 30 million students eat school lunch. Moving into participation at our district, so like I said, we serve breakfast and lunch at 8 sites daily. Right now we are averaging, as of last month, about 1,086 breakfasts and 1,076 lunches, so 47% of our enrollment right now. And breakfast has increased, and I'll talk about some of those updates as to why later. And we're averaging about 2,162 meals across the district right now. And we do offer a snack program at Cooper and Kashawa. It's very small. We only do about 40 snacks every day. These are 2 sites that are 50% or more free or reduced, so they do get free snacks. Lastly, the last one, our district is currently 17% of our students qualify for free or reduced meals. So although the meals are free, we're still required to collect meal applications because it's a state-funded program. So that is an increase of 2.6% from last year. Here is the total meals served, breakfast and lunch, starting, went back to 18-19 to last school year, just showing you this how much it has grown, the program. It's doubled in size, and now if you look at school year 21-22 to last school year, we're starting to stabilize. So that's pretty much our new normal. We are increasing a little bit, but not as drastic as before when meals became free. This is the same information, just a little different, again, showing that there was a 57% increase in school year 19-20, 20-21, and now there are very small increases, about 4% from 21-22 school year to 22-23. So just, it's stabilizing. Participation, looking at average daily participation from school year 2020 to 21 to last school year, how, again, showing how it has increased. You could also see that our breakfast, again, is going up. It's that gap between breakfast and lunch is becoming smaller. And we'll talk about some of those reasons later. And you will see that our lunch, on average, daily has gone down a little bit. That might be because our enrollment was down a little bit last year. And then more students are participating in breakfast, so maybe they aren't as hungry at lunchtime. And then also there's sometimes, depending on schedules at schools, there's not enough time between breakfast and lunch. So I think more kids are participating at breakfast, they don't have enough, and then by the time lunch rolls around, they might not be that hungry. So the recommended is 2 hours between breakfast and lunch. Just an overview of our operations, just a reminder, I talked about this last year when I presented, but we do have a central kitchen at the high school. Most of the meals are being produced out of there. The high school is doing about 1,000 meals per day, so 50% of the meals, but they also are receiving all of our frozen, refrigerated, dry deliveries and delivering everything out to site. So food is produced there and sent out to the high school. Tular and River have small kitchens on site, but they're not big enough to fully be functioning on their own, so they get food, hot food from the high school. And then middle school does have a full kitchen, so they're independently run. Now moving into the department update. So breakfast, this has been, between breakfast and lunch, we've noticed that we can improve breakfast a little bit more just with our staffing that we currently have, equipment and facilities. So we have included more warm, hot entrees on the menu. There's a warm option almost every single day. Some of the options that we've added are bagels. They come partially baked, and then we finish baking them in the kitchen, so they're warm for the students, and so they're really excited about those. And those were actually locally made in Oakland. And then the scones, we get like a dough, and then we bake them in the oven and then glaze them. So those are in the top right picture. They're not glazed in that picture, but they're really yummy. And so the kids get really excited about those. So the bagels we do at all school sites. The scones are really a middle school, high school option. And then hash browns is one of the things we've also added. Kids get crazy over these. The lines are super long. It's definitely our highest participation day for breakfast, and is a student favorite. And the breakfast burritos and sandwiches, we are making those from scratch at the high school for the middle and the high school, but we are also just trying to incorporate more protein options. Elementaries are getting breakfast burritos and sandwiches this school year, and they're not scratch made. We just don't have the staffing and facilities to do it at this time, but at least we're able to provide them something that has more protein and just not all the carbs. On the bottom right, you'll see our yogurt parfaits. This is a new option for Tular and River. I wasn't expecting it to be a favorite because it seems more of an adult. We've been doing them at the middle and the high school at lunchtime, but these fly off the shelves too, so they like those, another protein option. And then we have included the string cheese and the boiled eggs just offered daily, so more protein, and the kids like that as well. For lunch menu changes, we've done some minor changes. We're just outsourcing our pizza. We've outsourced it before. We just changed companies. We're using Domino's now. The kids just it seemed like they wanted something different. We had reached out to Domino's in the past. They never were able to do it for us, and finally they are, and the kids are really liking it. And it's all compliant pizza, so it's not the with our guidelines. It's not the normal pizza you get at Domino's. It's a whole grain crust, low fat, low sodium, so follows all our rules and regulations. And then the menu at the high school, we just changed the style menu. We are offering, it's more like they come in and they know there's always a sandwich, a salad, or soup, something like that on the menu, and then we do a special every day. So they actually have 7 options. We included 2 more. So there's 6 static options every day that rotate throughout the week, and then 1 special every day. And moving on to another update, we're trying to just procure more local fruits and vegetables. We got a grant for $21,000 last school year, the Local Food for School grant, and that grant was just really to encourage us to partner with local farms in the area. So the one that we partnered with is a farmer that does hydroponic strawberries, and so we get these strawberries in the months of February through May, when maybe there's not a ton of fruit available that the kids really like. And so the strawberries, they don't use conventional pesticides. They're using 100% recycled water, and they pick them in the morning and deliver them straight to us, so they're fresh. And then the other farm that we're using, well, he's a distributor, Food for Thought. He partners with a variety of farmers in the Central Valley. And so we get a variety of fruits from him. And same thing, they pick them off the tree, put them in the box, and deliver them to us. They're not being held. There's no stickers. They're very fresh. So like right now we're doing persimmons and plums and pluots and apples that aren't held for like a year, like normal, So everything is just locally and fresh. And another thing that I'll talk about in the next slide is he does an event, a farmer's market event that we've started doing this school year. Another thing the department's trying to do is we're trying to provide some nutrition education, mainly at the elementary school right now. And so one of the events we did last school year in January at River was the mobile dairy classroom, which is put on by the Dairy Council of California. That is a free event. You can see the pictures on the top right. A dairy farmer comes out to the school, brings a cow, and does a nutrition lesson to the students. He doesn't only talk about dairy, he talks about the importance of a healthy plate and overall good nutrition. And then he brought a baby calf, so the kids were super excited about that. And the farmers markets this year, we did it last month at River and Tular. Food for Thought puts on a farmers market. So the mobile dairy classroom is free, and the farmers market is a paid event that Nutrition Services is paying for. And so he comes out, puts on a farmers market, and does again another nutrition lesson for the students, talks about where the fruits and vegetables come from. And then he does incorporate some financial education and budgeting for the 3rd through 5th grade. They got Bobcat or Otterbucks, and they got to go shopping at the farmer's market, and then they take the produce home to their families. And then for the little kids, they're just distinguishing between fruits and vegetables, and they also get to go shop. They go shopping. And so those were the 2 events we did this year. And lastly, we had some exciting equipment upgrades last year and this school year. Tular Cetos on the bottom right, you can see they got a new serving line. They never had a serving line before. And so you can see on the top right picture, that's how we used to serve meals. They were just on folding tables. So now they have a nice serving line. It keeps the hot food hot, the salad bar cold. So it's improved food safety, sanitation practices, so it's much easier to clean, and the flow of the line is a lot better, and the kids are excited about that. And lastly, middle school got a lot of new equipment as well. They just had very outdated equipment, and they got a new freezer, food warming unit, milk cooler, and they're next in line to get a serving line. And that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Alexis. The board did not receive any requests for public comments, so we'll start with board comments with Carl and work our way this way.
Just curious, how close does the overall program come to breaking even?
We actually ended in the positive for the 2nd year in a row last year.
Wow. Interesting. Let me say this. I'm totally impressed with what you've got going here for a couple of reasons. We need a central kitchen, and the high school is not it. It is it, but it shouldn't be it because it's small and it's hard to get to in the back of the. I could go on and on. Dan and I have been talking about this for years, so I'm really hoping it winds up on a strategic plan. But what you've got going, I think, with the menu, to me, is remarkable. Now, I don't know if the kids are going to agree with me, but when I read it, I just thinking, whoa. I would pay to eat there. I really would. So, I just think that it's a giant plus at this point, and I just, I'm really impressed. But you have to remember, I do come from Carmel High School when we had vending machines. Put a quarter in, you get a sandwich, so we have come a long way.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you, I know the last year that you came, the photos were from your kitchen. Are they again?
Yes,
okay, I just
they are.
wanted to let the audience know
I
that
didn't mention
that is what's being produced in our kitchens.
Yes.
So yes, we've come a long way in the at least 4 years that I've been here. So it's great. Thank you so very much for that. I wanted to, this is a question maybe not for you, but for Sharon, the food qualification, and I'm trying to remember the term for it. For
Like the industry certifications
no,
for
I'm
students?
talking about qualification for free and reduced food.
Oh, the applications, yeah.
The applications, since we don't actually need them, since we're providing that anyway, what are we using that data for in addition to
So
just nothing
it's
right now?
really hard to, it actually was recently a topic of conversation amongst a group of superintendents I was with last month, but we are required, as Alexis shared, to collect applications, but there's no, you can't force it because we provide free meals regardless.
Right.
That's a California issue because in California we provide the free meals. Not every state does that. They just supplement with, whatever the federal government's providing. So for us, it's about compelling and urging people to do it. It helps us with our information and our data, and we just do the best we can. Alexis does a great job. We get a lot of information, and I think, when you look at that slide that had the 2.7% increase this year, I think it could potentially be because we do have more people who legitimately qualify, but it also could be that we have more people submitting applications because our sites work with Alexis and her team to get families to submit the applications. So it's very hard because a lot of the funding formulas incorporate in free and reduced price meals numbers and statistics, and that's how it came up to be a conversation at a table full of superintendents, because we were asking some lobbyists around what they recommend we do to increase the response rate of applications coming in.
I like what you said. Just if you don't mind me interrupting just for a second, what I think I was trying to get at is, are we using those numbers to go like qualifications for under our LCAP or something else, using that data point for something else that it might be necessary to really, since it's free and reduced and it's available anyway, people are not necessarily going to sign up for it, but it actually would be better if they did sign up for it because it's going to help us.
That
somewhere else down the
information
road.
is what we report to the CDE.
Okay.
That it comes from those applications. We don't touch them. There's a really strict rule around who can see that information.
Right.
And it's pretty much nobody except for Alexis and maybe one or two other people. But that information does get reported, and that's the only way we get it.
Because I was thinking maybe it would behoove us at some point in time to let the population know that if they do qualify for that, it would help them in another area. If they actually put it down there, it's not going to change their status of whether they receive meals or not. It's just going to help them in other areas. And I want to make sure that there was funding available if that was what was generating that funding.
Yeah. I haven't heard this here in this district.
Okay.
However, I've heard this in other places, which is that the application has a lot of very personal and sensitive information. And so when it becomes for lack of a better term, optional at this point, right? Because kids are going to receive food no matter what.
Right.
People will choose not to share that information. And I have had the experience where people choose anyway not to share or apply for that even before meals were free, even though they knew like they would get scholarships for athletics participation or support for a field trip, all the other things that go with all of that information. They chose not to because it's very, it's a lot of personal information. So I think we have to really be mindful of and respectful of people's personal preferences, but also share, like you said, all the stuff that comes along with it if they're willing to provide that information.
Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. You looked like you
no,
were.
I was going to say what Sharon said, that is the information that is provided. But then also students that do qualify for free and reduced meals do get free bus passes. So we've
Okay.
been doing that, and I think that has also increased. More families are applying.
Good. I like that. The 2 hours between breakfast and lunch, if we go to a late start model for elementary school, is that somehow going to be reduced even more? Because I know that was going to push possibly the elementary schoolers, further forward in time, and so they're already looking at kind of pushing their tummy levels for lunch as it is. And I was just throwing that one out there just as a thought for coming up into the future, because
Yes.
I know that late start has been mentioned, popped around.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. You said the food comes from, that was a note for myself. I wanted to make a note for you that my great nephew, I've been babysitting him because this is the time that his father is working, is this season and in spring. And I'm all excited. I'm ready. I'm like, I'm going to make lunch, and we got breakfast going. And he's like, no, I eat at school. I'm like, what? I'm ready to make lunch. Nope. I eat at school. So I just want to let you know, Auntie Ann got shut down for your food. So thank you very much for having
Thank
exceptional
you.
food. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions. Thanks for a great presentation. Actually, well, I had one. It's sort of random.
Okay.
So on the slide that you had, the pre and post, the daily participation numbers for breakfast and lunch, are we at pre-COVID numbers? Because I saw like where you start is 2020 to 2021. Wherever.
I started there because I didn't want to go so far back.
Yeah.
But are we at pre-COVID numbers now as to compare?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, because that was the COVID year,
Yeah.
right? 2020. So I was just curious because it's definitely, to all of your points, it's ramped up, which is great. And I think everything that you guys are doing is amazing. I was just curious where the numbers were pre-COVID, if they were similar.
Pre-COVID, it was about the 400 meals.
Oh,
So,
really?
yeah.
Okay.
We've never, at least since I know, our department has
Yeah.
never done this many meals before.
Interesting. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Okay, thanks. That was my question.
Yeah, thanks for a great presentation. I have
Thank
3
you.
questions. I can throw them all out there at once.
Sure.
Okay.
Or-
My first question was, are you making any contingency plans if funding for these free lunches stop?
As of now, no. I don't see it in California going that way. I think some of us were a little bit nervous with the change, but not right now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's good to hear, though, that you
Yeah,
don't think it's
we're
gonna
pretty
go.
confident it'll probably stay,
That's great.
at least for the near future.
And then my second question was, with all these grants that you received, I imagine you have to do some type of reporting for that. I'm wondering if one of the reporting metrics that you follow is kind of pre-grant, post-grant in terms of locally sourced food items, organic food items, and along with that is packaging. Because I'm sure our packaging is being reduced because we are buying directly from farmers now. And I just think it would be, if you're not doing that already, I think that would be a really good metric to start following, because it's showing that we are also reducing our plastic use, our single-use plastic use, in addition to the organic and local.
Yeah, definitely.
So just food for thought.
Yeah, thank you.
And then I know I missed the last meeting, so sorry about that. But I was wondering if you wanted to talk a little bit about the wellness committee meetings that you've kind of
Sure.
livened up again.
Yeah, so one of the requirements under the National School Lunch and School Breakfast program is that we do have a district wellness committee. And so we had our first meeting last month. And so the last year, we were really just focusing on revamping the policy. We do have a policy. You can find it on our website. It's very short to the point, but now we're trying to figure out how do we implement what we have in policy already, because it's on paper but not really done at the school sites, and how can we better our wellness across the district. So we are having another meeting in December. It's on our nutrition services website. Anybody's welcome to come, parents, students, staff. The next meeting I think is December 9th. And so that's kind of, and it's not just nutrition services. What's in the wellness policy, it encompasses a lot of, your overall student wellness.
And I'll plan to participate as a parent in December.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. I have no comments. Cullen, do you have anything to add?
Just one thing. I truly don't think we talked about the hash browns enough. I mean, truly, you were not kidding when you said kids do love and go crazy for the hash browns.
They really do.
But on a more serious note, I mean, I can admit this, that I've sort of just become used to food just falling in my lap, and being able to see all the work and time that goes into it is really incredible. So thank you so much. I appreciate all this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. This was an information-only item and no action is required. We'll move on to agenda item 5C, resolution number 24-20, notice of completion, CHS parking and field storage with Chief Operations Officer Dan Paul.
All right, this is the notice, a resolution for the notice of completion. The project is complete. Construction has ended. Our staff will be on site putting up some temporary fencing on the viewing platform tomorrow, and the contractor takes down their fencing on Friday. We're going to do a little work on the viewing platform to clean up a few things, and then we'll be moving into the building. All that's left now is the paperwork, warranty paperwork. There's 3 change orders we're negotiating and finalizing, and DSA closeout. So we're about 6 to 7 weeks ahead of schedule on this one. So we've made good time.
The board received no request for public comment, and we'll start with board comments with Carl and work our way back.
Does that mean the lights are going to go on?
We have to complete the parking lot and landscaping, and parking lot projects are at DSA. We're hoping to get approval within the next few weeks, and we're scheduling to start them as soon as school's out and hopefully be done prior to the start of fall sports.
So we have them on for practice, which is pretty cool.
Yes.
Because especially with the nights getting dark as they are. Sometimes you take a look at the facility that we have. I do the varsity football for Golden, the announcing and things, and he's in the CCS championships at MPC, where half of the speakers don't work.
Carl, I'm
And-
so sorry to interrupt. Stadium Lights isn't agendized
Oh,
tonight. Sorry, this
what's
is
not
just
agendized?
No, this is just this parking and the
No,
field
I'm not
storage.
going to go to the lights. I was just going to make a comment about
Oh,
how
okay.
good we have it.
Okay.
And no, the lights are fine over there. It's just that when you look at what they have and look at what we have in their junior college, it's pretty remarkable. Let's just put it that way. That was the contrast I was trying to present. I got the light piece.
Clarification, DSA, Department of State Architects?
Yes.
Okay.
Division of State Architects.
Division of State Architects, thank you. I'm going to have a question. I'm going to throw a question out there, and I do not want you to answer it, but at some point in time I want it answered. Just when did the lights for practice go on or need to be put on? Just for those people who were like, the lights are going to be on all the time, and we were hearing all about this, and I didn't see the lights going on until late October. So I don't want you to answer the
question. Offline. Yeah.
Okay, just later.
So I had the pleasure of getting a tour of the facility today and the parking area. It's amazing. From the outside, it looks like it's always been there. So the architecture, the construction of it, it's really a beautiful space, which I know it's weird to say about a storage facility, but it's pretty. And the viewing deck is fantastic. So I just wanted to thank the contractors, everybody who is involved. It's a job well done. I cannot believe how much space is there. And I know that so many district staff members up at the high school are going to be so happy to move their stuff where it is now and put it in there and just have it more accessible and more organized, and things won't have to be left out on the field to rust only to have to be repurchased again. So again, job well done. It's a beautiful structure, and I was really thankful to see it today. So thank you for all the hard work that went into it.
Congratulations on your early finish time. Cullen, do you have any other comments?
Of course. So, yeah, just again, thank you to the district. I know a lot of kids, not to go off topic with the lights, but a lot of the people participating in soccer, I know, is practicing with them right now. They absolutely love being able to practice at night. The storage facility looks great. I know a lot of kids are happy about the increase to parking. So, yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
If there's no other comments or questions, may I receive a motion to approve of resolution number 2420, notice of completion CHS parking and field storage as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item 5D, tentative agreement between the Classified School Employees Association and its Chapter 190 and the Carmel Unified School District and the associated AB 1200 public disclosure documents with Chief Human Resource Officer Craig Chavez.
So the next three items are fairly similar. The first one is with CSEA specifically, and this is in relation to Article 8 Health and Welfare Benefits. The items that are on the cover are what are in the body of the tentative agreement. That is, there is a reestablishment of the three-tiered contribution amount that is the same no matter which plan an employee may select. Additionally, there is an increase of 5% to the premiums for vision, in which that's being fully covered by the district's contribution. And finally, that we shall continue to cover the total cost of dental insurance premiums. Those did not change this year. And so that tentative agreement with CSEA specifically is estimated to be $255,581.97 to the general fund.
The board did not receive any request for public comment. Does anybody on the board have any questions or comments for Craig? And may receive a motion to, okay, go. Sorry.
To just go back to what Lisa Brazil had mentioned in terms of sort of being a ways away from kind of finalizing everything. I know that this is an important step in getting there. I mean, how many more steps are we missing? Because wasn't the contract supposed to be in place July 1? And I was just wondering, you know, they're addressing concerns about how far away we are from final.
Am I okay to address that, because I don't know the
I
topic?
don't.
That's why I'm going to ask.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the reality is negotiation. I mean, Craig can chime in, but I'll just share that negotiations depend on how many items are sunshined. And each unit has the opportunity to sunshine whatever they want. In ACT's instance, they sunshine the whole contract. And in CSEA's sunshine proposal, by the way, anyone can see these proposals. They were presented to the board in the spring, and they're attached to our online board documentation. But they sunshined a fair amount because we're at the conclusion of and then the district gets to sunshine, and we sunshine some items as well. So part of it is working through volume, and part of it is, connected to negotiations around wage increases. We just came off of a 3-year agreement, so we're now sitting down and talking about that again, and it does definitely take some time.
And the only final thing I would say in regards to the question that you asked is the agreement that was in place for the last 3 years, which kind of on the cover expired at the end of the last year on June 30th of 2024, still lives on. All of those agreements are still in place. We're really talking about as we come into the next one, what if any changes would be agreed to by the parties, and then obviously bringing that back to the board for approval. But in the meantime, all of those items remain in effect. So the existing salary schedule for 23-24 is the existing salary schedule for this time period until there is a change that's negotiated.
So would you, I mean, just guesstimation, are you like 50% of the way through?
No. There are a number of topics, I
Okay.
would say exceeding 20.
Okay, so when you do get to a resolution and get through to the 100%, then it's going to be retro back to July 1?
That's a part of the negotiations.
Ah.
So timing is a part of the negotiations as well.
Okay, so that could be,
I would be out of turn if I said anything more specific than that.
all right,
Typically, you're going to have a
bless you.
tentative agreement that, what we call a big TA, that contains smaller TAs. So those TAs being tentative agreements, you might have an agreement that you reach in a particular area, and you sign off on that, and you set it aside, and you work on the next item, and you set it aside, and then you bring those items back all together in kind of a very large package, and that becomes your large TA, and that's what we would present to the board when we're at that point.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions or comments? May I receive a motion to approve the tentative agreement between CSEA and its Chapter 190 and the CUSD and the associated AB 120 public disclosure documents as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrina.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item 5E, tentative agreement between the Association of Carmel Teachers and the Carmel Unified School District and the associated AB 1200 public disclosure documents with Chief Human Resources Officer Greg Chavez.
Thank you. Once again, this is Article 4, so it's a different article in their contract, but similar context in terms of the 3-tiered uniform cap that is a district contribution, covering the increase to the premiums for vision, and then continuing to cover the full cost for vision as well. So this is the same agreement. The amount for the ACT bargaining unit is estimated to be $336,439.66.
Are there any questions or comments from the board?
Yes, same ditto questions for different union.
Yeah, same thing in terms of what I would tell you in terms of questions. As Sharon shared, the ACT unit, when we previously sunshine things, did have a fully open contract and did choose to sunshine a number of articles, not all of which we've gotten to, and I would estimate that to be over 20 that we have to get to.
Okay, and so the big chuckle comes with the 50% guesstimation, 75% guesstimation comes with the big chuckle still?
Yeah, definitely a big chuckle. Not to say that the work can't happen more quickly on some topics than others. Some are easily reached, some are more challenging, so it will vary.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no other questions, may I receive a motion to approve the tentative agreement between ACT and CUSD and the associated AB 1200 public disclosure documents as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrina.
Yes.
Continuing with Craig Chavez, agenda item 5F, health and welfare benefits contribution increase for non-represented employees for 2025.
And I think the one thing I didn't note is benefits roll on a calendar year, not a school year. So this is for our plan year 2025. This is for individuals who fall outside of our bargaining units, basically the rest of the employees with the exception of a few little small circumstances, but individuals who qualify to be employees in the district receive the same benefits, and it has been district practice and the board's practice to go ahead and approve the same changes or updates to all employees at the same time, and so this is being brought in that context. And the amounts there, because I've read the other ones, for non-represented employees is $68,806.49, and for retirees is $31,361.42.
And there were no requests for public comments. You have a question? Go ahead.
The count that we have of the non-represented employees.
I'd have to follow up with you. I could give you context about who those employees are, but I don't have the number off the top
Well,
of my
I know
head.
that some people had, the unions had sort of changed their, qualifications, and some people had left a union and are now unrepresented, and so I was just curious as to what the ballpark number was, but
I
if
would
you
be
don't
able
have-
to share that with you at a later
Love
date.
it, love it. Thank you, you know how to get a hold of me.
Perhaps in an update. Yes.
If there's no other questions, may I receive a motion to approve the health and welfare benefits contribution increase for non-represented employees for the 2025 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item 5G, Monterey County School Boards Association seeking potential new organizations to be added for consideration for the 2025 Excellence in Education Award with Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
All right, so this is an annual item. The list that is included in the actual item is the list that we have every year. Last year, we, as a organization, recommended the Friends of Kashawa Children's Center to be added to the list for consideration for this award. They somehow did not get added to the list, so we definitely can add them this year if that is still the preference of the board. So I want to put that out right up front. We reported it to the county, and somehow they didn't make it on the list. They apologized, but here we are a year later. We can add them again. And then this is for your review so that we can consider if there are any organizations that aren't on the list that should be. So with that, I will turn it over. You all have done this. This is your third time with me.
No requests for public comments, so anybody that has one to offer, please speak.
Oh, I'm definitely putting Kashawa Children's Center on the list, please, 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 please. On Bob Hoover, we've had some kids that are going out there. I'm just putting that one out there. The 3 new board members who are sitting here in the audience who haven't seen this before, this is going to come before you in December to choose which one you feel it's going to go, and then it'll go back to the county school board. So just to let you know that this is going to come into play next month, and you're going to go, what? But this is where it's coming from. Thank you.
Yeah, Bob Hoover is on the list already. Oh, yeah, okay.
I
You're
just saw the Bob
mentioning
Hoover.
it.
I'm mentioning it.
Got it.
Just because I have an opportunity to mention it while I'm here, and there are 3 people out there listening.
No worries.
Sharon, can you confirm that Rancho Cielo's on there? I'm pretty sure they are.
I believe they are.
Yeah.
I will confirm though, because I have it right here. I mean, there are so many. This is many, many pages.
If it's in alphabetical order, I didn't catch it when
Yeah.
Michelle
Huh.
scrolled by.
I don't see it either, huh? I would have thought they were on there. All right, Rancho Cielo.
Yeah, Rancho Cielo is well-funded. The Kashawa group is a closer local group that we have our community members and students in.
Are they? Oh, down at the bottom. There they are.
I know in the past I've asked for the Wahini project. to
It's
be
on the
added.
list.
It's on the list too,
Yeah.
okay.
I think of,
And I
we
think-
work with them. They're on the list already.
If I remember right, we discussed Rape Crisis Center last year, and I saw we scrolled past that this year. I don't know if that was our contribution or somebody else's, or was just we were in agreement with it.
I believe we wanted it, but it was on here already, right?
Yeah, I saw Michelle scroll
Yeah.
past it just now.
So.
The list over the past couple of years has gotten really comprehensive. I mean, I don't know who we're leaving out at this point.
Yeah, it's many, many pages. It's 9 pages long for those of you who aren't in front of a computer. There's a lot of organizations here. I'm disappointed that our recommendation last year didn't make it on the list, so we'll double down on that this year for sure, because especially since it's our local organization in our community, and we'll go ahead and put that on unless there's anything else.
I believe there's consensus. Can we receive a motion to include the Kashawa Learning Center? Can you repeat the name, Emery?
Kashawa Children's
Cor-
Center.
Friends of
Summer
Kashawa
programs, is that
Children's Center.
Friends of Kashawa Children's, Friends of Kashawa Center Children's, Friends of Kashawa Center Children's Center.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sorry.
Will somebody make a motion?
So moved.
I'm going to second that happily.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
On to agenda item 5H, approve the December 18th, 2024 as the annual organizational meeting date with Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
There's not a whole lot of background here in that we just have to designate the next meeting as the annual organizational meeting, which is our organizational meeting every year is in December.
I'll make a motion to approve the annual organizational meeting to date December 18th, 2024 as presented.
I'll second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item 5I, first reading, schedule of Board of Education meetings for period of July 2025 through June of 2026 with Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
This item is also exactly as it states. It is a calendar of meetings for the next school year. It is required to be approved in December, so we always bring it in November for a first reading for the public and for the board members. In this particular year of an election year, for the incoming board members to review as well. And it's just an organizational item. In this particular instance, we do have a change in our meeting calendar, which does not include a July meeting this year, which is, we had a lot of conversations about whether it was worth continuing to have a July meeting since it was such a thin agenda. So we're going to try getting through July without a meeting, and if it doesn't work, we'll add it back in.
The board received no requests for public comments. If the board doesn't have comments or questions, Sharon answered mine about the July meeting. May I receive a motion to approve? Oh, okay, information, sorry.
Information, we'll approve it next time.
All right, on to public comment. Agenda item 6, public comment on non-agendized items. Members of the public may address the board regarding items or topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda at this time. Starting with number 1, as I mentioned earlier, public comments is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items which are within the board's jurisdiction. This does not include election matters which are outside the board's jurisdiction. First up is Alondra Clemick.
Hi, good evening, board members and public that's attending. So first of all, I'm here to say thank you to Anne Marie. I know you guys are all going to hopefully wish her great thanks for everything that she's done before. She's spent a lot of years working for our community, always thoughtful, always diligent in the advocacy of the kids and also the whole community school district, or Carmel Unified School District as a whole. Interesting that you say no election matters, because that was also said at the last meeting and several board members actually addressed that. So I just want to say something. I was going to say something last time, but I saw the admonition that no public should speak about the board. One person stood up and said something about the election, slandering Anne Marie. I think that person should think more about modeling at home the behavior that her son was involved in. So regarding the election, just so that everybody's clear, and this is something I've wanted to say and I've been saying in the community for months, I think she ran a super clean campaign. There was some slander. She is currently, as I understand it, the at-large trustee, which, as I understand it, she could live in Big Sur. She's the at-large. She doesn't. She lives, she lives where she's supposed to live. And I just thought that that was slander, and wherever this came from, I heard a lot of comments in the community. I was out there listening and talking to people, and a lot of people saw it as what it was just dirty politics. And I'm sad to see that something that should be focused on the kids went dirty. So thank you, Anne Marie, for all of your work for the community, constantly working your time, day and night, volunteering, tutoring, talk to lots of kids. You'd have tutoring sessions over the years, way before you were even on the board, while you were a teacher, helping kids get into college, helping kids with whatever vocational wishes that they wanted to pursue. And so, to me, she is a true advocate of the school board and of the school district, and I'm very sorry to see her go, and I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Next up, Ryan Peterson.
I just didn't want it to go by as one of the few administrators who've been with this board for a long time. I just wanted to give a big public thank you to you, Carl, and Anne Marie, and to Seabury for all of your work on the board. You have gone through things that hopefully our new board will never have to go through, or no board will have to go through for many, many years, and just the way you handled yourselves. I know all of you, I think, very well, and I never want you to never question your commitment to this district, to our students, to our staff, and wanting the best for them. I know that was deep ingrained in your heart, and you had to make hard decisions that 70% of the people, no matter what you decided, were not going to agree with what we had to go through. And so just want to publicly say thank you very much to all of you for what you have done for our district and our students. It is greatly appreciated, and I know your hearts. I know how great they are and how much you're committed to our kids. So just wanted to publicly thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, agenda item 7, informal report with Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
All right, so I too have some comments this evening. As we conclude this final meeting of the term for our outgoing board members, Seabury Nockbar, Carl Palestrini, and Anne Marie Rosen, I would like to take a moment to recognize them and express our sincere gratitude for their years of service to CUSD. It's many, many, many years if you add them all up, including time worked in the district, in addition to time served on the board, in addition to volunteer hours dedicated and committed to students and families in this district over many, many years. So throughout their time on the board, they have shown unwavering dedication, support, and leadership as they navigated one of the most difficult periods of time in public education, a time where there was no playbook. Ushering staff, families, and students through a global pandemic was an immense challenge during an incredibly difficult time. In the post-COVID world, each of these board members advocated for students and helped shape decisions to adapt to the evolving needs of our community. While the past few years have presented many obstacles, their commitment to difficult conversations and their focus on progress have been a lasting impact on the district. Every board has its moments of tension and disagreement, but through it all, each of you has brought a unique perspective and a commitment to moving our mission forward. It's never easy to navigate complex dynamics, and I truly appreciate your resilience and your willingness to continue showing up and working toward the common goal of providing the best possible education that we can for all of our CUSD students. The work we do is important, and the impact of your time and energy on this board, serving this community, even in the face of adversity, will be felt for many years to come. I hope you take with you a sense of pride in the efforts you've made, and I personally would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you who have contributed to the district, but also my own time here and learning and growth in my own position or positions. So with that, I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors, and I thank you very much for your service to this community and to these students. And I will say we do have a little, we do have a certificate of appreciation and for years of service for each of the outgoing board members, and we do have, not a cake, but we do have cake and cupcakes to celebrate once in between open session and closed session. So we do have a little bit of time dedicated tonight to do that celebration.
Thank you, Sharon. Moving on to item 8, board operations. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, meetings attended, and recent developments from the Board of Education. We'll start with Carl.
Well, this is my last board meeting. And, you know, it's been a long road for Carl. And I think the signature contribution for me over all these years has been the quality of the teachers that I have put in front of the students and helped to do that at both Carmel Middle and Carmel High School. So, you know, it's a thank you to all of the teachers and staff. And there's one sitting next to me here that I've worked with. Fellow administrators, and many board members. You got another one out there, Rita, a couple terms with Rita. Past and present, but mostly the opportunity to have had a hand in the education of our students. You know, and they've been the inspiration for keeping me going as long as I have. They really have, along with the staff. So if I put it all together, it's 24 years as a principal and 12 years as a board member. That's 36 years. It's not going to catch Ann Berry. And not going to happen, Ann. However, there's a but. If I add in the 8 years I spent at Tularcitos and the 4 at Carmel High School, that's a total of 48 years. Do we get to count them, Ann Berry, or not? No? Okay. So anyway, I'll still be in the schools because I love this place and I really like the direction that we're going in. Hard times, good times, bad times, but the next time around for me will be as a grandpa, currently at River and Middle, and into the future. Thank everybody.
So I just wanted to talk about a couple of special things that I've ended up doing the last couple of weeks. Tatum's Treehouse is going up out in the village, and it is absolutely amazing. If any of you have not seen it yet, you should go out there. It is accessible to all kids, whether they can walk, whether they can't walk. It's an amazing project to see the turnout of people. I have, because I can't drive a nail straight for love nor money, I have relegated myself to the kitchen, and I have seen people put out meals for 120 people, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and during the pouring rain. And everybody is coming in soaked in mud, and they are so happy about what's happening out in the valley. So I really recommend anybody should go out and see it. It is an amazing community project that has been put together for this community. So that is something that really you should take a look at. Farm Day, I got an invitation to go help out in Farm Day. I think there was 2,300 third graders out in Salinas at the rodeo grounds, and I had one little class of third graders. I haven't had third graders, I think, in 25 years. So it was absolutely amazing to get to work with the kids again. Ran around with them, awed and oohed over all the animals that were there and the chickens that were running around, and got to see how everything was put together. And they got to play with the huge equipment where the tires were twice the size of the kids. So it was beautiful to see kids who may not get an opportunity to see that aspect of everything growing, to get an idea of what it is like. And so to go along with what Alexis was talking about with her, the farmer's market day, it was exceptional to see the kids. Ours was this cow that everybody had, the 3 4-H'ers were hovered over and had answering all the questions from the third graders that were completely off the wall. And it was lovely to see. So I recommend if anybody ever gets to go to Farm Day, please by all means go volunteer for Farm Day. It's so much fun. I've gone to Morning Mile a couple of times, not as many as I probably should. I just wanted to say I miss CalCards being on the consent calendar. I know that it's got to be for some reason, but it makes it so much easier to see what everybody's doing, and be able to say, hey, I heard you got such and such an item, are you enjoying it? And it brings on sort of a natural way to start a conversation. I'd like to talk about the walls here because I'm on my way out the door. I'm just going to throw this out for the new board members out here. I think that every panel here should be dedicated to a different school, a school site, and that they should get to decorate it up and really make the board recognize that what they're working for. Because I think it would be so much more pleasant for you out there sitting there, and it would remind you every single solitary day. I had a vision of having some kind of a tree over the top painted on here, so we have this tree encompassing everybody, but that's just visions of a board member on the way out the door. So, CTE, I went to King City. They have, I think, 3 new pathways in there. It was, the kids were talking about, I didn't think that I'd even be a nurse's aide. Now I want to be, physician's assistant. The career tech ed program is taking off like no other. Community Human Services, I have a meeting tomorrow, so I will be at that. I wanted to leave you with this that I found. Let me take a drink of water, and forgive me for indulging Sarah, but I found this for you. This is the true joy in life, being used for a purpose recognized by myself as a mighty one, being a force of nature instead of a feverish, selfish little clod of ailments and grievances, complaining that the world will not devote itself to making you happy. I am of the opinion that my life belongs to the whole community, and as long as I live, it is my privilege to do for it what I can. I want to be thoroughly used up when I die, for the harder I work, the more I live. I rejoice in life, I rejoice in life for its own sake. Life is no brief candle to me. It is a sort of splendid torch, which I have got a hold of for the moment and want to make it burn as brightly as possible before handing it off to future generations. Thank you for allowing me to serve you.
Thank you, Sharon, for your comments about the outgoing board members. That was well said. And I just want to echo that and thank all of the outgoing board members for the years of service that you've committed while you've been on the board, and the years that have gone on beyond the board. So thank you all so much for serving our community. I appreciate it.
So I have a little statement I wanted to read. I tend to write this down because, there's a lot going up in my head there, and it's just a lot easier for me to write it down and read it out. 4 years ago, little did I know what a wild ride lay ahead of me as a member of the CUSD governing board. And while there were sleepless nights and second guessing, worry and anxiety, I know that I always made decisions from within, not decisions influenced by the pressure from outside. For the incoming board members, I wanted to pass along some lessons learned over the last 4 years that I hope you will consider. You are a part of a team. You can disagree with your fellow board members, but respect each other's points of view and the majority of the board's decision. Once a decision is made, it's a democracy, and the majority has spoken. Leave it be and support your fellow board members in their decision. This will only benefit the district and the students. You will receive many, many, many opinions and words of advice. Some of them will come from a place of kindness. Some will be wrapped in a bow of anger and unkind words. Continue to show up and do good work. Listen to the words, consider the point of view, but stay true to your heart. Demonstrate to our students what it means to be in a leadership position. You are setting an example for them. Stay true to the real meaning of a governing board. Your job is to set the what. The staff at CUSD is to determine the how. For my current fellow board members, we got through this together. You continued to show up and lead. Thank you for stepping into this role. Sarah and Jason, I look forward to seeing all of the things you will accomplish with the new board. A word of thanks To the teachers, staff, and site administrators, you have provided consistency and security during these last few years. During COVID and the leadership challenges, you pivoted quickly with a commitment to continue to support our students. I personally witnessed my 3 children adjust and move forward despite a life-changing event. This was only because of you. You showed up every day and continue to do what you do best. For Sharon, the best outcome of my 4 years on this board is you. I know that we made the right decision to hire you. You continue to push yourself to be better, and your commitment to the district shows up every workday. Thank you for providing stability to the district when we needed it. I hope you're here for many, many more years to come. I would like to make one last departing request. This is very personal. Please, please let our students be the youth they are supposed to be. The pressure that is put on them to do more, be more, accomplish more is overwhelming. I don't know where this pressure is coming from, but I have witnessed it in all 3 of my children and their friends. Can we put the brakes on and allow our children time to be young and carefree? I ask that we emphasize not only GPAs, AP courses, and Gold Star universities, but time to wander through the woods and sit on the beach. It's about capturing these precious few years of not being adults, with adult concerns and adult stresses. Allow our students a better balance of academic and free time and show them that this is just as important as schoolwork. Thank you to the public for voting me into this position. You trusted me to make decisions on your behalf, and I know that while my spirit may have wavered, my integrity never did. I continue to stay true to myself and trust myself and vote for what I thought was best for the students. Thanks.
Thank you. You 4 truly walked through the fire through COVID, and you guys gave up time with your family, your friends, your hobbies, and your sanity to serve this community and put the students' best interest ahead of everything else. I came in at the end of that when everything had kind of calmed down, kids were back in school, and I didn't have to take half the abuse you guys did. The things that I felt, I know don't compare to what you guys went through. And you guys voting me in has been a gift that I can never repay, all 4 of you. Seabury, it's been great to get to know you. I love your passion. I love your passion for the environment and how you care about students and the kids and their innocence and everything you stand for. Thank you. Anne Marie, your decades of dedication to this community are well recognized from here to Kashawa and Big Sur. I've had no less than 10 people in this community say she was the only teacher that took an interest in me when they had nobody else. And you carried them through, and thank you for that. Carl, so many words for you offline that I can't say in front of everybody, but it's been nice to get to know you again. Moving on to different things now. We'll go through the closed session agenda. Item number 9, closed session. Before adjourning to closed session, the board will identify the closed session items and provide an opportunity for public comment on the items. Item 9A, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957, Superintendent. Item 9B, student discipline or other confidential student matters. Case number 24.25.01, stipulated agreement for expulsion. Item 9C, public employee discipline / dismissal / release pursuant to Government Code 54957, subdivision B1. Item 9D, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, agency designated representative Craig Chavez, employee organizations CSEA, ACT, and non-represented groups. The board did not receive any requests for public comment, and we will adjourn for about 15 minutes to enjoy some cupcakes with our outgoing board members before we head into closed session. The time is 7:04 p.m. Coming out of closed session, the board reports the following. For item 9A, the board completed a mid-year review of the superintendent. For item 9B, the board voted unanimously to expel student case number 24.25.01 from Carmel Unified School District pursuant to a stipulated agreement. For item 9C, the board voted unanimously to release a temporary certificated employee and direct staff to provide the required legal notices to the temporary certificated employee. For item 9D, the board met with district staff and provided direction. I adjourn this meeting at 9:54 p.m.